Dakota High School Activities Association. High school sports are a privilege to play and a privilege to watch. This privilege depends on good sportsmanship. The officials for this evening are Beth Tripp and Nicole Smith. Our trainer this evening from Orthopedic Institute is Tyler Johns. And now for the starting lineups. First for the visiting Dell Rapids Quarriers. A senior middle hitter, number 2, Ellen Schonard. A freshman center, number 5, Tinley Anderson. A sophomore right side hitter, number 6, Claire Lee. An outside hitter and a junior, number 7, Madeline Henry. The libero is a junior, number 11, Elena Wolf. A middle hitter and a senior, number 12, Peyton Holman. And a sophomore outside hitter, number 16, Celia Sykes. The Dell Rapids Quarriers are coached by head coach Eric Teveldahl, assisted by Cody Peter and Carrie Smith. And now for your Baltic Bulldogs. Starting in their outside hitting position, sophomore number 1, Henley Witzel. An outside hitter and sophomore number 3, Izzy Clark. The libero is a junior, number 4, Kaya Landers. A senior right side hitter, number 6, Meredith Larson. A junior middle hitter, number 11, Harper Holman. And a senior middle hitter, number 12, Caitlin Higgins. And the center, also a senior, number 13, Sophia Even. Your Bulldogs are coached by Casey Wenderly, and she's assisted by Danielle Chapman and Paige Henry. At this time, would you please stand and honor our nation? Please show proper respect by removing any caps, facing the flag, and standing at attention with your right hand over your heart. All veterans and out-of-uniform military personnel may salute the flag. Now, the playing of our national anthem. Let's go to Chicago.
Hey, coming at you live from Bob Sittig Court in Baltic, South Dakota. We got a girls Class A volleyball matchup tonight, and it should be a doozy. Number 1 ranked Dell Rapids Quarriers are in town. Baltic Bulldogs are going to host them. Dell Rapids comes in, like I said, number 1 ranked, 7-1 on the year. Only loss coming to Watertown. Baltic just suffered their first loss of the season. They come in at 6-1. Lennox got them at the Canton Volleyball Invitational on Saturday. Baltic went 3-1 at Canton and got 3rd place. All right, we got the starting lineups done. We got everything in order. Rotations are set. Here we go. Izzy Clark serving for Baltic. And she's all jacked up and knocks it out of bounds. Service air. Dell's ball. Serving and coming in for Dells is going to be 14, Jocelyn Amundsen. And she does the same thing that Izzy did. Way too much mustard. Tied at 1. CP serving for Baltic. This is Caitlin Pickett, 5'8" senior. Sykes, overpass. Baltic slaps it. Dells recovers. That was a swing for Schoenhardt. And Baltic gets that one off the block to the floor on Dell's side. First set, just getting going. Yeah, we're starting early, boys. It's 20-7. We got the Gundy rolling clock tonight for sure. Setting, Madeline Henry. Pickett with the dig. Overpass. Baltic's going to have to push it over, and they do. Bump, shoved over and found the empty spot there. Nice crafty playmaking. That was Tenley Anderson. And she got a kill. I think she's the setter, yeah. She dumped it where nobody was. 2-2. Speaking of twos, number 2, Ellen Schoenhardt serving. There's a set for Harper. She goes to the deep corner. Beautiful, useful placement, Harp. Sykes couldn't run it down. Harp put it in the coffin corner like a good punter. Now serving. Meredith Larson. Sykes, Anderson. Sets up Henry. And that swing goes into the net. 4-2 Baltic. Meredith Larson serving. 5'8" senior. Henry. Sets up the middle. That goes off. Lendertz out of bounds. That'll be a kill for number 12, Peyton Hone, for the Quarriers. Excuse me, Lady Quarriers. Jump serve and a doozy by Madeline Henry. Holy smokes. Ace. Henry to serve again, tied up at 4. That one is launched dang near into the student section. So we got 1, actually 2 serves unreturnable. The first one scores for Dells, the second one. Baltic takes it. 5-4 Bulldogs. This is Tenley Witzel serving. Dug out of there. Now we're going to set up Sykes, and she goes. That hit the candy cane. Yeah, I thought for sure it did, and then nobody was acting like they saw it. I think no. Guess not. Coach Weatherly comes over there. She thought it hit. I thought it did too. No good. Point for Dells. They're going to have to shove this one over. Bump. Anderson sets up Hone. Baltic can't recover. Hone's 6'1". they got Celia Sykes in there, 5'8". Serving there is Claire Whitty. Clark, no touch. No touch. Baltic wanted the touch. No good. Excuse me, Tenley Anderson serving for Dells. And they got that one right on the line for an ace for Tenley Anderson. Dells stretches it out to 3 now here after that one off the, or not off the out of bounds pole. Anderson again. Tries to go super short. She would have had it because nobody could get there. But didn't make it over the net. Serving now for Baltic. She's a junior. She's 5'2". Number 4, Kaya Lendertz. And that is a service error right back to Dells. So we'll trade those. Dells up 9-6. Now serving Elena Wolf. Junior libero, wearing number 11. Tenley has to push it over, kind of a free ball here, Anderson. And Dells sends a free ball back and out of bounds. That was kind of discombobulated by both teams. Baltic ended up getting the point. Sophie Even serving. That goes Wolf. Anderson, Sykes with a good swing. Baltic recovers and set up Izzy. Goes to that front porch. Dells recovers. And there is a super hard swing by Ellen Schoenhardt, senior middle hitter. She's 5'11". 10-7 Dells. This is the first set. Celia Sykes, 5'8" sophomore, serving for Dell Rapids. Well, Kaya up in the air. A swing for Izzy. Overpass and Pickett dunks it. Caitlin Pickett says, I know what to do with that one. Her first kill. Now serving Izzy Clark. Wolf, Anderson, once again for Schoenhardt. That goes off Lendert's hand. That'll be another kill for Schoenhardt. Give her 2. Whitty goes out. I think we got Amundsen coming in to serve. Lendert's dig. Sophie up in the air. A swing for Tenley. Schoenhardt pushes that one over. Sophie going to set up Pickett. Blocked, but out of bounds off the hands of Ellen Schoenhardt. Pickett whacked it with some pretty good authority into her, and it went out of bounds. Baltic point. It's 11-9. Quarriers up on the Bulldogs. And that is way out of bounds. Pickett launched it. Well, we got Ellen Schoenhardt serving for Dell Rapids. Tenley, Sophie, set for Tenley. Blocked by Hone. Another set for Tenley. She goes over the block and out of bounds, no touch. Schoenhardt serving for Dell Rapids. Izzy, Sophie, sets up Harper, and she goes to that back corner again. That's a pretty crafty launch there by Harper Kortemeyer. Giving her 2 kills on the evening. Meredith Larson serving. Off. Hone's got to tip it over with the one finger almost. That'll set up Madeline Henry, and she'll go into the corner with authority for her first kill. Now she'll serve. Henry, 6-foot junior, can jump out of the gym. Even free ball Henry. Anderson back set hone. Blocked by Witzel, but it landed on the Baltic side. I thought she knocked it back over. Timeout. Dell Rapids has stretched that lead to 5. It's 15-10. This is, again, girls Class A varsity volleyball action live from Baltic, South Dakota. We got Sophie Even, Harper Kortemeyer, Izzy Clark, Kaya Lendertz, Tenley Witzel, and Meredith Larson for Baltic. We still got Madeline Henry serving for Dells. And she still hits it rather hard. Up in the air for Harper. She got the kill, but then I think her hand came down into the net. A lot of net action. Henry to serve again. And service error. Tenley Witzel to serve for Baltic. Bumped in the air by Amundsen. They're going to set up Henry, and that goes off Lendert's hands into the Baltic crowd for a kill for Madeline Henry. And that's out. I think that was Tenley Anderson serving. And she just about landed it on the line, but too far out. Now serving Kaya Lendertz. Bump by the libero. Going to set up Sykes. She goes cross court. Tenley. Back set. And we got a touch. No. Must have just hit the net. Swing there for Sophie Even. Larson for Even. She goes to the back line and it's out of bounds. Somebody retrieving the ball from the depths of the bleachers. I guess that was the head coach. Like, I'll get it. Don't worry. Elena Wolf serving for Dells. They're up 19-12 first set here at Baltic. That's out. Good eyeballs by Kaya. Sophie Even serving. Up in the air for Wolf. Anderson's going to set up Henry, and she rips it. No, that's Schoenhart. I think that was Aaron Schoenhart. Okay. Anderson high in the air. Now we got a set for Henry, and she blasts it out of bounds. Serving now is Izzy Clark. Ace by Izzy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Clark again. Sykes high in the air. Anderson to Henry. She goes finesse. Tenley shoots it to the back. Now Anderson up again for Henry. Her standing vertical is awesome. Kill for Madeline Henry. 21-15. Now serving Jocelyn Amundsen. And that goes into the net. After this set. Caitlin Pickett serving for Baltic. Amundsen up in the air. Anderson's going to set up Henry. I think that's out. No. Oh, wow. Inbounds, another kill for Henry. Back half of the ball on the line. Now serving Ellen Schoenhart. And timeout, Baltic. What grade are they? Oh, first and second means 1 and 2 means first and second?
I think so. Let me double check.
Okay.
I didn't put it on there. Let me check. I'll text it.
Okay. A couple of the better Class A girls volleyball teams in the state, in my opinion, and in others also. Baltic receiving votes in the poll, and Dell's currently reigning #1 atop Class A. Meeting tonight in Baltic. First set, Dell's up 22-16. And serving with the senior middle hitter, 5'11", Ellen Schoenhart. Sophie sets up Tenley. She whacks it off of Sykes. There's a kill for Tenley Witzel. Off Amundsen. Anderson sets up Henry, and that's out of bounds. Larson going short. Anderson sets up Hone. She whacks it well into the net, and then it trickles over and finds the dead spot, front left. It's like throwing a changeup. Whack it as hard as you can, then it hits net and drops softly to the earth, to the court. And I think that's an ace. Henry serving, set point. 24-18 Dells. Lendertz up in the air by Wolf. Set up by Hone. That's a kill off Kortemeyer's hands. And that'll do it for set #1. 25-18.
At this time, we'd like to scale volleyball players and recognitions for young volleyball players. Second grade teams here. They're all coached in second grade. New coached by Sherry. Introducing Avery Busky. Rhea Owen. Olivia Geis. Anthony Ryder Rhodes. Taylor Rhodes. Kimberly Rhodes. And the next team is Baltic Gold. Next team is Baltic Gold. Coaches Ida Brackey. Introducing Ida Brackey Walsh. Catherine Walsh. Lauren Eagle. Ringo Passive name, Audrey Harris. Audrey Harris wins Silky. Bryce wins Lacey Neshine. Lacey Neshine leaders. Lena Leader, Paisley Painter. Paisley Painter, Sky Berry. Sky Berry, Caitlin Welch. Caitlin Welch. Great round of applause for the first and second. Great round of applause for the first and their coaches. And their coaches. Thank you much.
All right, both teams on the court here. We're ready to start set number 2. Dells took the first one 25-18. Looks like both teams are going to maybe start the same way. No. I think we got somebody new over there for Dells. If I could get Schoenhart to move, that'd be sweet. Now we got to get her to turn. Is that number 10? Yeah, number 10 is in for Dell Rapids. Josie Price, and Sykes starts things out with an ace. Celia Sykes, 5'8" sophomore, serving for the Quarriers and with an ace. Clark in the air, even, sets up Witzel, and that goes off Anderson's hand and out of bounds for a Baltic point. Now serving for Baltic, Caitlin Pickett. Sykes, I think, even before any action, I think Dell's out of rotation or moved too quickly. Either way, Baltic point, 2-1 Bulldogs. Pickett again. Sykes high in the air. Anderson sets up Henry and she demolishes it. Two to two. Another kill for Madeline Henry. Amundsen in to serve for Dells. She wears number 14, a 5'5" junior. He's a defensive specialist as listed. And I think Price sat down, Josie Price, sophomore, outside hitter. Amundsen, Clark in the air, Tinley up. There's a swing for Larson. Nice save by Kaya. Tinley rips one. Yeah, mommy. Witzel with a hand cannon off one of the Dells defenders and out of bounds for a kill for Tinley Witzel. Now serving Meredith Larson. Amundsen under that, up in the air for Henry. And Clark got a hand on it, and that was about it. Just a little bit higher notch of basically violence when Madeline Henry hits the ball. It's faster, it's harder, it's going at a very destructive angle, and usually finds home. They're going to try to set up Harper there, and that did not work. Just a short set, didn't quite get that one over. 4-3 Dells, now serving the libero Elena Wolf. Larson sets up Sophie. She goes to the corner, Sykes under it. Anderson to Henry. That time it doesn't go over the net. Maybe Harp got a piece. Maybe it didn't quite get over. Either way, Baltic point. Tinley Witzel now serving, and there's an ace. Tinley with an ace. Here she comes again, Witzel. And another one. Right off of Tenley Anderson's hand. Tenley versus Tenley there, and Witzel got the best of that go around. Here she comes Witzel again. Anderson in the air. No, that was Clark with a push shot. That might have been Amundsen. Now we got a violation on Dells under the net. Tenley Anderson is the setter for Dells. Tenley Witzel serving for Dells. Amundsen, Anderson, crafty little touch shot at the net. Right-handed, no look. Go to the front left and gets it to drop. Actually, I think that's Tenley's second kill of the night. Nope, they didn't give her that first one or that one. Up in the air, push shot by Larson. Hone gets it over. Kaya for Lizzie. Two blockers there for Dell Rapids, and Izzy Clark powers it between them and gets it to the floor on the Quarrier side of the net. There's a kill for Izzy Clark. Baltic up 8-5. Here comes Kaya Lendertz. Up in the air by Wolf. Push shot by Pickett after a battle at the net. Anderson pushes one over herself. Sophie pushed to the corner. Wolf. Anderson sets up Henry from the back line. Now Tenley from the back line for Baltic. Sykes out of bounds. Too much power by Celia Sykes. Baltic stretches that lead to 4. It's 9-5 Bulldogs. Once again serving is Kaya Lendertz, 5'2" junior. Excuse me. Set for Hone. She ends up having to underhand it over. There's a set for Clark. Blocked by Hone thoroughly. That one was not getting through. Block point for Peyton Hone. This is Tenley Anderson serving. They got a Baltic free ball. Hone, really good whack. Ooh. Larson went back corner. It was a good spot, but Dells ran it down. Kaya. Larson sets up even, and that one went awry. Off her wrist and into the stanchion, or the pole. 9-7 Baltic. Tenley Anderson serving for Dells. Run to go get it. Clark. Now they're going to set up Josie Price. Tenley. Push shot by Larson. Ran down by Henry. Sykes. Blocked by Sophie Even. Block point. The denial. Sophie Even. Here's Sophie serving. Wolf sits a side spinner to set up Hone, and that was perfectly done. Hone just demolished it. She's got 6 kills. Her and Henry lead the Quarriers at 6 apiece. Now we got Peyton Hone serving. Clark, Sophie sets up Pickett. Perfect shot. Caitlin Pickett to the back row. Hit them where they ain't, boss. That's old CP. 5'8" senior. Here's a middle hitter. That's her second kill. Now serving for Baltic, Izzy Clark. Wolf. Anderson for Schoenhart. Now we're going to set up Pickett. She goes front. And they got Schoenhart in the net, I believe. And it'll be Baltic point. Baltic up 12-8. Izzy Clark serving. Wolf. Anderson sets up Schoenhart. She goes short, and it was a perfect shot. Even could only get a little bit of hand on it. Celia Sykes serving. Nice hustle by Even. It's a swing there for Larson. Henry sends that free ball, and Henry goes up just a few inches above the rest of the crowd and shoves it to the floor on the overpass. Sykes now serving. Clark, bump, Even, set to Tenley. She's got to back up and shove it. Henry. I think the shot was out, but they had somebody from Dell's, I think, under the net anyway. Baltic point, they're up 13-10. Caitlin Pickett serving. Sykes. Anderson to set Price. And that goes off Pickett for a kill for Josie Price. 5'8" sophomore. She promptly comes out as Amundsen comes in to serve. Second set here in Baltic. Yeah, we started early. Sophie for Tenley. Sykes, nice dig. Anderson up in the air for Henry. She can't get that one over. Meredith Larson is served for Baltic. There's Sykes. Anderson back set Schoenhart. She rips cross-court killer. Erin Schoenhart. Her 5th kill of the evening. She comes out. Elena Wolf will serve for Dell Rapids. Clark high in the air. Larson. I thought was going to Quartermeyer, but they have a free ball here. Hone, strong whack. Witzel. That was off Amundsen. Sykes. Anderson gets it over. See if we can get a swing here for Harp. We do, but it's blocked by Hone in the middle. Anderson for Henry. Finesse. Did that come over? This time finesse again by Henry. Blocked by Baltic. Larson sets up Tenley. Sykes, good volley here. Ripped by Even. That's in. Baltic back up by 3, 15-12. Now serving Tenley Witzel. Sykes, Anderson, short set for Hone. Lendertz just karates it over. Now there's a set for Henry, and she says, I think a couple of finesse shots, that's enough for the night. They didn't work. I'm going to go back to the bazooka. 15-13 Baltic leads. Madeline Henry to serve for the Quarriers. Kaya Lendertz. Larson sets up Clark. She pushes it over with two hands. Anderson with a quick shot to the middle. Now Clark. Henry. Overpass, and Harper Kortemeyer thumps it to the floor. And her teammates give her the old friendly, you did what, push, and then knock her down. But all good. She's up. They're all laughing, having a good time. Heck of a kill by Harp. Tinley Witzel to serve for Baltic. Overpass again, and then again Harper with less authority, but the point counts the same. Baltic creeping ahead here. Up that lead to 17-13 here in the second set. Once again, Dells took the first set, 25-18. And yes, this varsity matchup was slated to start in about a minute. But we got the call that we're going Gundy style. Rolling clock, keep it rolling and get out of there. That's what he always said, and that was his mantra. And we're going to uphold his mantra. So we started early. We got one set in the books, and over halfway done here with this one. Tinley Witzel to serve for the Bulldogs. Well, we got some questions. I think we had Baltic out of rotation, I believe. So yeah, just when you think, hey, I should referee volleyball, I don't even have to move very much. Remember, you got to know these rotations and all these rules and everything, which I think is probably one of the harder parts, is knowing these rotations. Okay, so now it's Dell's serve, and Baltic lost a point there, I believe. It was 17-13. Serving is Tenley Anderson. And there's Witzel. Setting up Pickett, and she rips it. Caitlin Pickett getting nasty there in the middle. Good power. Yeah, I thought that was obvious it was touched, but we got the call from the corner ref. Sophie Evans serving now for Baltic. Sykes high in the air. Anderson. That one went off her hands, just not how she wanted it. And to the floor. Even to serve again for the Bulldogs. Wolf. Anderson tries to get that one out of the net. And that one didn't work either. So 2 of them out of bounds here in the last couple of serves by Dell Rapids. Even again. Sykes. Anderson sets up Sykes, and she gets the kill. (2015) Baltic. Dell's to serve, and they got Peyton Hone, the senior 6'1" middle hitter serving. And that one goes out. Izzy Clark to serve for Baltic. And that one is out of bounds. Too hard. 21-16 Baltic ahead here in the second set. Celia Sykes serving. It's a lot of S's. Sophie. CP to the corner. Sykes runs it down. Oh, how did that not hit something on the ceiling? Blocked at the net. Caitlin Pickett. Witzel with an assist on the block. Is that a thing? It is now. CP got up there. Witzel with some help. Now serving Caitlin Pickett. Sykes. Anderson tries to go to Henry. Ooh. Blocked by Larson. And then they both watched it go to the ground. Is he going to hit on the line or just out? It was just out. Quarrier point. 22-17. Amundsen in and serving for Dell Rapids. Witzel high in the air. Larson with a swing. Blocked by Henry and shown hard. There's a rip by Witzel off the Quarrier defense and out of bounds. Tinley Witzel doing work. Now we got Meredith Larson serving for Baltic. 5'8" senior. Sykes, Anderson to Schoenhart. Gets a piece at the net, does Baltic. Back set for Sophie. Sykes from the back row, can't quite get that one over. And here we go. We got set point for Baltic, and we got a timeout. All right, both teams back on the court. I loved it. Meredith Larson serving for set point for your Bulldogs. Baltic faithful up on their feet. She goes short. Amundsen in the air. Anderson going to set up Sykes. Larson high in the air. Tinley's got to push that over underhand. Anderson, here's a swing for Schoenhart. Larson dig. Kaya Lendertz for Tinley. Wolf, Anderson, Henry. Up in the air, but off the ceiling by Clark. Falls down on the Baltic side for the Quarrier point. Still set point here. Quarrier's now serving. It's Elena Wolf. Clark, back set Larson for Witzel. And we got Baltic in the net. Quarrier point. Wolf again. Clark. Larson for even. Boom! Sophie even. Takes the set. That was a monster kill by Sophie. A lot of power there by even. I was just jacked up. We were about ready to take the set from the #1 ranked team in Class A, boy. You got her. Let's go. The Quarriers back on the court. They're ready to start set number 3. We're all tied up at a set apiece here. This is live Class A girls volleyball action from Baltic, South Dakota. We got Peyton Holm, Madeline Henry, Celia Sykes, Ellen Schoenhart. Here comes Tenley Anderson. And that has got to be Claire Whitty. Holm goes out. Wolf comes in as the libero. I just cannot see that Whitty is number 6. But yeah, she is. For Baltic, we got Izzy Clark, Kaya Leonard, Sophie Even. Here comes Isley Clark serving. Wolf. Anderson's going to set up Madeline Henry, and that's it. Kill for Henry. Meredith Larson, Caitlin Pickett, Sophie Even, Izzy Clark, Kaya Leonards, Tenley Wetzel on the court on Bob Sittig court for Baltic. Now serving Jocelyn Amundsen for Dells. And she's got an ace. That one did not catch Izzy Clark where she wanted it to, and went to the floor. Amundsen with the ace. Amundsen, 5'5" junior. Clark high in the air. Sophie sets up Tenley. Blocked off the hands of, I believe, Schoenhart and out of bounds. Point for Baltic. Trotting back to serve is CP. Caitlin Pickett, 5'8" senior. Sykes. Anderson is going to set up Schoenhart. She whacks it too hard and out of bounds. Pickett to serve again for the Bulldogs. Anderson now again to Schoenhart. That one is dug out into the air, but it went too far out of bounds for another Baltic player to get it a handle on it. But nice effort by Sophie there to get that up. Schoenhart to serve. Witzel even to Harper. I don't think that made it over, and that'd be 4 hits. She took a heck of a swing at it, only caught part of the ball. It rolled up and then bounced once on top of the net and then came back down on Baltic side. Quarrier point, they're up 4-2. Lendertz pops that one up. Anderson sets up home, blocked by Baltic. They meet at the net again. Harper Kortemeyer outduels Hone at the net for the point. Meredith Larson serving for Baltic. Amundsen, Anderson sets up Hone, and that time she gets the better of Baltic. Big open spot over there, and Hone just schmucked it. Henry serving. Clark, Harper sets up even. Now Anderson back set for Hone, and that time it's out of bounds. Tinley Witzel to serve for Baltic. Trailing by 1. Wolf, Anderson, Henry. A little bit too much mustard. Actually, quite a bit too much mustard. Very awesome and athletic move and a lot of power out of bounds. Witzel to serve. We're all tied up at 5 in the third. Anderson's going to set up Henry again. She goes a little finesse. Larson push shot to the corner and a beauty. Da-dun, dun, da-dun, dun. Nice court vision by Meredith Larson. Nobody home, I'll put it there. Witzel, Wolf high in the air. Hone pushes that. Baltic gets a block and knocks it over. Sykes, good swing. Baltic gets a piece up in the air. Izzy. Tinley, one hand from down low. Henry to Sykes. Witzel. Larson back set for Sophie. How she got that over from that angle, I'm not sure. Sykes out of bounds. Heck of a swing there by Celia Sykes, but just a little bit wide of the end line. Baltic coming back now from 3 down to take a 2-point lead, 7-5 here in the third set. Whoop to her knees and gets it up. Hone pushed that over. Witzel with the hustle. Sophie with the swing, and she gets another kill. Off the hands of Jocelyn Amundsen. Sophie even with the kill. Timeout on the court. Baltic coming back from 3 down to go 3 up. It's 8-5 Baltic in the third set. We're all tied up 1 set apiece here in Baltic. Okay, 8-5 Baltic up on Dells with Tinley Witzel serving for the Bulldogs. Amundsen in the air. Anderson sets home. She has to double clutch and hit it flat-footed. There's a set for Sophie. I don't think it got over the net, neither does the ref on the deer stand. 4 hits. Dell's ball. It's going to be Tenley Anderson to serve. And let's see, Amundsen come out for Baltic. And maybe Witt come in, Whitty. Not sure if that's Witt or Whitty. Larson, push shot by Harper, and then an underhand, hey, I'm here, I'll just flap it. Hone. She was about ready to send a laser, just a little bit off time on the jump, and then couldn't get it over. Just getting ready to scream that she pasted one, and then it didn't pan out. Kaya Lendert serving for Baltic. Wolf, Anderson to Sykes. Clark with a left-handed shot to get it over. That was great. Now we got a lift, I believe, on home. And it'll be Baltic point. Lendertz to serve. Sykes, Anderson, back to Sykes, and that's in. Good looking swing there for Celia Sykes. Wolf serving for Dell Rapids. Clark overpass. Anderson whacks it over herself, or maybe that was Whitty. Getting those two mixed up. Wolf, Anderson, back set to Henry, and it was in. Henry with their 11th kill. Cuts that Baltic lead down to 2. It's 10-8 Baltic. Elena Wolf serving, 5'5" junior for the Quarriers. Witzel in the air. Larson back set for Pickett. Anderson, we're going to Sykes. And 4 hits. I guess they ruled that didn't come over. (11-8) Baltic. Sophie Evans serving. Anderson. Whitty throws that one over. Clark whacks it. Wolf, Anderson for Henry. From the back row, just put it right in the middle of the court. Right in that spot where nobody knows who should get it. Everybody thinks somebody should get it, and oftentimes nobody gets it. Celia Sykes serving. Clark, touched there by Schoenhart. Wolf, Henry, finesse, blocked by Meredith Larson, block point Larson. Heck of a play there by Meredith. Here comes Izzy, serving for Baltic. Anderson's going to set up Henry. Clark high in the air and caught by Marissa Whipple at the scorer's station. She's out of bounds. (12-10) Baltic, and in and serving is Jocelyn Amundsen for the Quarriers. Clark pops it. Sophie back tip. Meredith with a swing. Anderson goes back to Henry. Kaya Lendertz up in the air, overpass. Henry taps it. Back set, here's Larson. Henry pushes that over. Kaya high in the air for Tenley. Sykes for Dells. Anderson, Schoenhart. Sophie. CP, no. Tried to put it over there. She thought nobody was home and knocked it out of bounds. Amundsen serving again for the Quarriers. Clark pops it. Sophie back set for CP. Laser, but heck of a dig by Sykes. Henry high in the air. Sophie gets it over, but it's out of bounds. We're all tied up at a dozen. Heck of a matchup tonight from Baltic. We're tied up at 1 apiece, and we're tied up at 12 in the third. These two teams are going at it. Lendert, Sophie sets up Harp. Pancake by Wolf. Henry's got to hit it over backwards. Baltic, here's a set for Witzel. That's to hit it. And she's pretty good at that dump shot in the middle. That's 2 of them now. Henley Anderson. (13-12) Warriors. Timeout on the court. Leading the way for the Quarriers with 12 kills is Madeline Henry. Also has a couple of aces in there. Schoenhart has 6 kills and not currently in the ball game. I think Peyton Hone is about right there, 5 or 6 also. For Baltics, we got Tinley Witzel leading the way with 8. 8 kills and 2 aces to toss them in there too. And then Pickett with 4. And Sophie even with 2. Amundsen serving. There's a set for Witzel, and she gets a nice swing. Good rip off the hands of Sykes to the floor for a kill for Tinley Witzel. Well done with the pass and the set by the Bulldogs. Tied up at 13 here in set number 3. Wolf. Anderson up in the air for Schoenhart. A little bit back further. We got to shove it over free ball style, and Pickett gets it done. Schoenhart with a runner. That's too much gusto and out of bounds. (14-13) Baltic. Pickett serving for the Bulldogs. Amundsen. Anderson pushes it over. That pass was well close to the net. There's a swing for Larson. And it's on the line. Ba-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. Meredith Larson with the kill. Pickett again. Amundsen. Anderson backs at Schoenhart. Pickett gets that in the air. Overpass. And Schoenhart is called for the two-handed throw. And nobody wearing orange and black gloves is loving that. Pickett to serve again. Baltic now up by 3. Sykes, Anderson to Henry. Off Larson's hand and out of bounds. No, that's got to be. They ruled that fell in bounds for Baltic. I think we got to talk that one over. That one went off of Meredith's arm and then out of bounds, I'm pretty sure. Not sure who saw it. Maybe there was a different call, but they had given that point to Baltic, and Pickett's still serving. Anderson to Henry. With a little bit pent-up frustration, she takes a chunk of varnish off of Bob Siddick court with that kill. Gets the serve back for the Quarriers. A couple of back-to-back calls that the Quarriers did not agree with. Now serving, Ellen Schonart. Baltic up 17-14 here in set number 3. Witzel overpass and Hone smacks it. Baltic gets it back over. Anderson once again goes to Henry. Finesse. Lendertz up in the air. There's a swing for Witzel. Sykes. Henry's going to demolish that. Witzel got it up in the air, but nobody could get to it. In case you're wondering, Madeline Henry swings hard. 17-15 Baltic. Schonart, too much power. Service error. (18-15) Baltic. Here's Meredith Larson, and she knocks it out of bounds. Girls are a little jacked up here. A little bit jacked up. Serving them over out of bounds here. Here comes Madeline Henry. Clark up in the air by Harp. There's a swing for Sophie. Blocked. Baltic back under it. Tinley underhands it. Wolf. There's a set for Hone, and she rakes it to the floor. Peyton Hone. Her 8th kill. Henry to serve for the Quarriers. Bump. Harper's going to the corner. Wolf. Anderson to Sykes, and she puts that one down. Quarriers on a run of their own here, coming back with a vengeance. Tie it up at 18 here in the 3rd set. Clark overpass, and Anderson dunks it. (19-18) Dells. That one goes up. Clark can't get that one. Went off Lendertz, kind of odd, and we'll give that an ace for Henry, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure. If you count that as an ace. Don't forget the Booster Club meeting, September 17th at 6:30, held in the library at the Baltic School. Gonna have to get everything finalized for the golf club, or the Booster Club golf tournament. Well, Baltic, I think they were up by about 5. And Dells comes storming back to lead here by 2. 20-18, here's Henry's serve. Clark in the air, Larson. There's a rip for Harp. Witzel has to push that over. There's a swing for Hone. Once again, kind of mistimed that one. And it doesn't go over the net. Tenley Witzel to serve for Baltic. Wolf. pushed by Henry. Sykes rips that, and it goes off the Baltic fingers and out of bounds. 21-19 Quarriers. Tenley Anderson to serve. Tenley high in the air. Sophie punches it over. There's a swing for home, blocked by Baltic. Henry rips one from the back, and that goes off Baltic and well into the crowd for another kill for Madeline Henry. Give her 14. Sophie, Harper, Anderson to Sykes. Ooh, cross-court killer. That had to have been close over there, but caught the line. It's 23-19 Quarriers. Bump. There's a set for Sophie. Anderson sets up Whitty. It goes off Baltic and out of bounds. Now we got a set point Dell Rapids. They come all the way back and you got to get this set point in the third set. Anderson serving. Clark push shot to the corner. Henry can't get that one. She got a hand on it, but it didn't go anywhere where any of her teammates could do anything with it. Set point again for Dells, but serving is Kaya Lendertz for Baltic. Wolf, Anderson, going to set up Henry. She rips it, and that's a kill, and that's a set winner for Madeline Henry and the Dell Rapids Quarriers. 25-20 there in the third set. Okay, getting ready to start set number 4 here. Sykes serving for Dells. Sophie sets up Witzel. And this has got to go over, and Sykes does so with some power, and Baltic can't run it down. A little playground freelance there, and then Sykes got a good swing and put it down. Serving again, Celia Sykes. Oh. Pinball style for Baltic, and it doesn't go over the net. So 2 quick ones here for the Quarriers in set number 4. They lead 2-1. This is girls Class A volleyball, live from Baltic. Schoenhardt, I don't think that got over. Going to be 4 hits on Dell Rapids. You're looking at the number 1 ranked girls Class A volleyball team currently. This is the Dell Rapids Quarriers, ranked number 1. Baltic, no slouch, receiving votes in the poll. That was Madeline Henry for the Quarriers. Not quite getting it over the net and tying up the ball game at 2. Price whacks it over. Sophie sets up Tinley, and that is blocked by Dells. Side spin in abundance, and it landed on the line, and it was in. It side spun a long ways and landed just on the line. 3-2 Dells. Jocelyn Amundsen serving. Bumped by Tinley, back to her from the set by Sophie. Sykes pushes it over 2 hands. Kaya up in the air for Larson. Off the Dell Rapids defense and out of bounds. Da-dun-dun. Meredith Larson with the kill. Now she's serving. Schoenhardt goes, gets it in the bench. Overpass. Harper Kortemeyer says, yeah, that's my specialty. I'll dunk that. I think that's 3 of them like that for Harp tonight on the overpass. Oh no, she was in the net. I'm over here celebrating, and then Dells is serving. Must have been in the net. 4-3 Dells. Sophie whacks it off the Dells defense and out of bounds, and that'll knot it up at 4. Point for the Bulldogs, and Sophie even. Tenley Witzel serving for Baltic. Madeline Henry with a big swing. Baltic recovers. Sophie goes off the defense into the floor. Crafty kind of a change up there. Went up with malice and then didn't hit it quite as hard as you would think. And it went off Hohn's arm into the ground for a point and a kill. Witzel serving. Amundsen in the air. Anderson sets up. Well, excuse me. That's Henry for the kill. Her 16th, and now she'll serve. We're all tied at 5 in the 4th set. Lendertz back set for even. Good power, Sophie even. Last year, primarily a setter. Starting to catch on here that they are setting Sophie more this year, when she's not having to run everything down. We got Meredith doing some setting. Kaya putting them up there where people need them. Everyone's kind of chipping in, and Sophie's not doing all of them. She's swinging a big right hand. Kaya Lendertz now serving for Baltic. They're up 6-5. Sykes, excuse me. Clark gets it over two hands. Anderson back set Hone. Baltic gets a touch at the net. Now they're going to set Sophie, and she rips it too hard. Oh, a touch by Dell Rapids. Results in a Baltic point. Lendertz again. Wolf in the air, overpass. Pickett launches that back, and we're going back and forth, just a one-hitter. Lendertz up in the air for Witzel. Wolf. Anderson goes and gets that, sets up Henry. And she sends another one screaming to the court. Inside the square for her 18th kill. Popping that up was Lendertz, set for Clark. Sykes, good swing, Celia Sykes. Anderson serving, Witzel under it, back set, now here's Sophie. Blocked off her back, they got to push that over, and two of them do. Sykes again, another thunderous swing. Now we got Sophie going for Ness. Did they get that pancake? I think Wolf did. Pickett rips it through Price and home. Now serving Sophie even. Sykes with a punch. Anderson's going to set up Henry. Baltic with the touch. Witzel with her own pancake. Lendertz backwards over her head and over the net. Set up for Hone. That goes off the Baltic defense and out of bounds. We're tied up at 8 in set number 4. Now serving Peyton Hone. And that one went off Kaya Lendertz, not how she wanted it. And we'll get an ace there, I think, for Peyton. Yep, give her one. 9 kills and an ace for Peyton Hone tonight. It's 9-8 Dells. She gives it right back as she whacks it into the net. We're tied up at 9. Izzy Clark to serve for Baltic. Wolf, there's Sykes. Sykes is unleashing a reign of terror here in the 4th set. A lot of good swings. Some D. Now she'll serve for the Quarriers. They're up by 1, 10-9. Clark pops it. Sophie goes to get it. There's Pickett. And there's an overpass. And Baltic will have a 3-1. They'll go to Larson. Schoenhardt pops it. Now we got Henry with a swing. Push shot. Even didn't work. Schoenhardt just slaps it. Slaps it into Pickett's arms and to the floor on Baltic's side for a kill for Schoenhardt. She's got 8 of them. Celia Sykes to serve. Clark, Sophie sets up Tinley. Sykes, another good dig. She can do about everything out here. Speaking of everything, there's Madeline Henry. And she dumps a finesse shot. Timeout on the court. Timeout taken by Baltic. 12-9 Dell Rapids. Sykes. Clark pops it. Sophie's going to Tinley. Whoa, my goodness. She backed up and whacked it into Tinley Anderson's head and out of bounds for a kill. I might have took a pinball shot off of somebody's arm. I'm not sure, but it got Tinley pretty good. She went down. She's fine. Now Dells can't get that one back over as that pass went into the net. Well, it's 12-5. Dells. Pickett serving again. Sykes. Anderson back set for Price. And we got under the net Witzel. Jocelyn Amundsen in to serve for Dell Rapids. They're up 13-12 in set number 4. That one goes off Meredith, and Izzy can't retrieve it, but probably more importantly, she's fine. She went flying at the bleachers. I think the boys probably gave her a little cushion there. Kept her in good standing. Amundsen. Clark pops it. Sophie for Tinley. Amundsen high in the air. Anderson does the little push shot in the middle. She saw the void and she put it there. I think we'll give her 4 kills on that tonight. Amundsen serving. Dell's up by 4. That goes off Baltic and out of bounds. Jocelyn Amundsen with the ace. Her 3rd. No, maybe 4. And give her 3. Amundsen again. Clark overpass Schonart. Anderson back to Henry. Baltic gets a piece at the net. Nice job, Harp and Meredith. Shot to the back corner. Now Henry reloads and whacks that one just inside of the line for another kill for Madeline Henry. And that'll stretch that Quarrier lead to 6. Amundsen again. Lendertz overpass. Schonart knits it over. Lendertz gets that. Sykes runs that down. Wolf in the air for Henry. And she just crushes it to the court. an exceeding amount of speed and power. Give her 20 kills on the evening. It's 18-11 Dell Rapids. They lead 2-1, and this is the 4th set here. Sophie, back set for Meredith, blocked by Henry. Set up for Tenley, that one doesn't make it over. That'll be a point for Dells. Amundsen again, and she whacks that one well out of bounds. Service error. Larson serving. Anderson to Henry. She had to double clutch and didn't get that one over. I think she was expecting a quick serve, and then it was a little bit more up in the air. Didn't quite whack it over. Larson. Amundsen under it. Here's a set for Henry. Lendert's under there, but it goes awry. Popped it in the air. Baltic couldn't quite run it down. Like to shout out to Dale Erickson. If you're listening, Dale, hopefully you're enjoying some good volleyball this evening. Shout out Dale Erickson. Wolf with the serve. Sophie punches that over for Baltic. We're going to get a swing here by Hone. Larson in the air. Lendertz sets up even. Finesse. Wolf, good effort. Holy smokes. Peyton Hone thoroughly sent it to the floor, but well over and in the net, I believe. Tenley Witzel serving for Baltic. They're down 14-20 here in set number 4. Amundsen, Anderson to Hone. Blocked by Kortemeyer. Sykes slaps it back over. Back set for Sophie. She's going to smack it into Hone, and it goes out of bounds. And another point for Baltic, and another swing and point for Sophie even. Witzel to serve. Amundsen gets it up. Good pass. They go to Henry. Oh, that one might have been out. Lendert's got a hand on it. And it's a point for Dell Rapids. Madeline Henry serving for the Quarriers. Lendert's up. Now here's a swing for Sophie. It goes off the Dell's defense and out of bounds. There's another kill for number 13, Sophie even. Kaya Lendertz to serve. Even got 8 kills on the evening. Amundsen, Anderson, Hone. And to the floor. There's a kill for Peyton Hone. She's got 10 on the evening. Now serving Tenley Anderson. Sophie, two-hand push. Wolf, Anderson, Sykes has to lean back and push it over. Pickett, good power, nice block by Hone and Price of Dell Rapids. Now we're going to set up Sykes. Nicely dug by Kaya. And Pickett launches that backwards style, but into the Dell's bench. 23-16 Quarriers, Tenley Anderson serving for Dell Rapids. Back set for even. There's another strong whack into Hone and out of bounds. I think that's how Sophie's got her last 3 kills. Just like that. Smack doink out. Now she'll serve. Sykes. Anderson's going to set up Henry, and she just dumps it where nobody is. You kind of got to be very leery because she might send it into your chest or eyebrows at an alarming rate of speed, and then she just sees the open spot and put it there in front of you. Here's match point. Hones serving, and she whacks it into the net. Warriors up 24-18, leading 2-1. Match point again for Dells, but this time Izzy Clark is serving for Baltic. And there's an ace. You take it, no, you take it, nobody will take it. Lands on the floor, nobody touched it. Ace for Izzy Clark. Boom. Henry up in the air. Anderson back set for Sykes, and that'll do it. Set point, match point, 25-19. Dells. Dell Rapids defeats Baltic this evening 3-1. 25-18 Dells, then 25-19 Baltic, 25-20, and 25-19. Leading the way for the Quarriers, Madeline Henry. Oh, they just took down my stats. She was a leader in kills. And for Baltic, Tenley Witzel led in kills for the Bulldogs. Okay. So the number 1 ranked girls Class A volleyball team comes into Baltic tonight and defeats the Bulldogs 3-1. That is the first set they have lost to a Class A team all year. And I tell you what, all these sets were very contested. This was some good volleyball here tonight, and both teams should be proud of the way they played. Dell Rapids comes out on top 3-1. We'll be right back here tomorrow night. We got Chester coming in, right? We got a lot of good volleyball in this area, and a lot of it's going to be played in Baltic this week. 3 of the better teams in this part of the state are going to be playing in Baltic both tonight and tomorrow. On behalf of Easy Ed and the other 2 guys running the sound effects, we are BSPN Baltic